fries are licking through my skull. Set my sights on shining spires, set out on the highways tired, on the desert sands and ruined roads I roam. And this old lonesome road shall bring me what I'm owed. These new empires on old stones shall be my home.
Good evening, everybody. It's Friday night. And if the sound of my voice, the tone of my voice doesn't tip it off, I have finally cooled off. Oh my goodness, the AC has been repaired in my house, and I cannot convey to you folks what it is like to have been continuously sweating for like 3 or 4 days to suddenly not be, and to be actually like just comfortable right now. It's amazing in all things, my friends. Welcome everybody. I hope everyone's having a good or had a good weekend or week, I should say. It's Friday here in the States. We're gonna usher in the weekend as we do here by coding like a mofo. Trying to get some things coded here and there and get the echo in the weekend. For those who've already started their weekend, I hope your weekend has started well. I can't, it's so beautiful. It hasn't even reached, like, it's still, the temperature is still going down. Like, I have it set for 68 Fahrenheit, and last I checked, it was at about 74. So it's, it's tremendously better than 90, which is what it was in here last night when we were doing a stream. But it's still not quite gotten to its low point yet. I think the one thing that is making the most difference though right now is it's finally, like, the unit is finally able to pull. Like, it wasn't pushing enough air across through the house. There was like two things wrong. One was like it was low on refrigerant. Also, it needed, like, the vents needed a good cleaning in the unit outside, like a really good cleaning. So because it was getting choked off and it wasn't able to pull enough air in order to blow air through all the vents inside the house. Which is why, like, when I was sitting here, I was like, man, I don't feel the air moving at all or anything. Now I can feel it. So it's, because of that, it's now able to actually more efficiently take the humidity down in here. So humidity is down to about, I think it was like 44% when I last looked. So down from about 70% earlier today. So all of those things are making a huge difference. My comfort level has risen to heights right now, which is very nice. Anyway, my travails notwithstanding, I intended this week. It's funny how, I guess, picky, is that the word I'm looking for? How non-functional my brain becomes when conditions are not ideal. Because I had intended this week to do a lot of cleanup in the code and get a lot of the testing done and all that stuff, and like the heat just kind of sapped all of my neurons. It kind of stunned them all, and it made it so that, like, I got like 1 or 2 things done here and there, but not nearly as much as I wanted to do, or anything like that. So, but that's fine. We can keep on keeping on. none of that stops us from continuing to do stuff here. That being said, I did make some pretty good changes. First of all, and I don't know if I'm trying to think if I did this or mentioned this last week or if I did it during the week here, but I've started to get the testing kind of working. By that I mean I've started to separate out the unit tests from the integration tests. So for those wondering what the difference is, a unit test generally is an isolated test. You take a piece of your code base and you isolate it, and you test. By isolating it, you can test it under various conditions, some of which are realistic, some maybe not realistic, and kind of pound on it a little bit and then make sure that it kind of behaves. And a lot of that is done through what we call mocking and mock objects. So instead of, it's like if I had a search function that would search for users, say, in the system, rather than have it actually go out to the database and do the search, I would mock out the database piece of it, and I would say, here's 25 users, mock users, that I would just generate on the fly and say, here these, and you can generate them with all different like names and different emails and like all kinds of things, and see how the system kind of deals with it, and make sure the system deals with it properly, all the pieces deal with it. That said, all that is well and good, and that's the same for like if I was calling out to like a third party, like the Gravatar stuff, for instance. I could mock that out and have it send something back, although that's kind of trivial to the point where I probably wouldn't do it for that. But for something else, like if I was going out to, eventually we'll be bringing back data from RAWG, RAWG, for like game titles and stuff like that, so you can categorize your streams properly. And for that, I would have like some kind of mock object that would pretend to be RAWG and be sending data in a format that I'm expecting. But then I'd also want to have on the other side of that an integration test that actually goes out to the service and actually, runs some tests. Because if something changes on the service side, if something changes on the third party side, those other unit tests wouldn't break, which isn't very useful, because you want those to break if something changes on the third party side, because it's going to break when it goes to live. You know what I mean? So you want it to break in the tests, so okay, something changed, and I need to change some things. And that's kind of where the integration tests come in. That's where you're actually doing live calls and stuff like that. I clump into that also calls out to the database, because you kind of have to, the way I have it set up is I want to have a sort of production quote unquote database and a test database. And the production, and I do it in quotes because it's not really live production, but it's the closest you're going to get on your dev environment for a production thing. We'll have the cleaner data, i.e. data that was generated by the actual code itself and not necessarily stuff that I've inserted, more or less. Whereas the test database would have all the various iterations of stuff. You know what I mean? It would have, different users and different things. It would have just a bunch of test data that in and of itself is not useful to have, but it's useful as far as like being able to test to make sure that SQL statements are running correctly, or things of that nature. So really the test database is really kind of an extension of like the developer database, or I'm sorry, the production database. It'll still have some valid data in it, but it might also potentially have invalid data, and you've put that in there purposely in order to make sure that you handle error cases properly and things like that. You know what I mean? Whereas your production database would be your pristine. You know, theoretically, you wouldn't have bad data in there because your code is not putting bad data in there. You know, if your code's putting bad data in there, then that's a problem, and that's something you have to find. You know, so that's the theory behind it. Now, having said all that, I've been doing this crap for like 20 years. And I think maybe one of those years we had something approaching what I've been trying to do here. And that was in Ruby on Rails. Because Ruby has a built-in migration system and test databasing and all that stuff, and Baker and all that, you know, all that stuff kind of built in. So as far as have I ever worked on a Java project that's had all this stuff, the answer is no. So this is like the first time I'm trying to figure out if it's even possible in Java to do all the things that other more modern styled languages almost take for granted. So this is my first time kind of putting all these pieces together, and it's been interesting. It's been interesting to see that, like, it's been interesting to see how far I've been able to get. You know, Liquidbase has been working out okay as far as doing migrations concerned, like database migrations and whatnot. It's got its limitations, but it's, you know, so far so good. Unit tests we've always had. That's the Maven Surefire test. Those have always been unit tests. Mocking has always been a prominent thing in Java, so JMock and all that stuff I've been pretty familiar with in the past. But as far as like tagging different tests as like unit tests versus integration tests and having them run separately, that I've never done, and turns out you can do it. Right now on the unit tests, I'm tagging them as this at tag here. This is unit test. So everything that extends this abstract controller test will be considered a unit test, and it'll have mock abilities and things like that. And I've got this actually working now for the moment anyway. I'm sure I'm going to come into some issue later on where I'm going to need to change things up, but so far so good. And this is going against the mock database, so it's not actually hitting the database when you do things. It's just pretending to hit the database and bring whatever data back you say to bring back. And that's been working good so far. I've had some successful tests. I've had successful runs. In addition to that, there's a new thing that I've never used before. Here in the Maven POM file that deals with integration tests, and you'd be forgiven for not realizing there was a different plugin for it, because even I didn't realize there was a different plugin for it. But the Surefire plugin is the one that everybody knows, because that's the one that runs your tests and will fail the build if your tests fail. And I've got it set up to look for only things that have that unit test tag right now. There's something called the Maven Failsafe plugin, which actually has the same version number and all that stuff. This plugin, I've set it up to run anything that's tagged as integration tests, which right now there's nothing tagged as it. But the difference between this and this is, first of all, they run at different times of the build. They also introduce their own goals that you can tie off of as far as executions are concerned, which is good, because I'll need to tie off of it for, before the failsafe plugin runs, I'll want to run liquid-based migrations against the test database, which I don't know if I have that wired up yet. That will be the next thing to wire up once I get there. I don't think I have that in there. I do have an execution for testdb migrates, but right now I have it linked to the process test classes phase, and I believe I just have to change that to be whatever phase is introduced by the failsafe plugin, which there was documentation on that I just have to look at and see what that says. But I'll cross that bridge when I actually have some integration tests to do, which hopefully shouldn't be too long in the future. So that's good. And the big difference here is that where the Surefire plugin, if your tests fail, it will fail your build. The failsafe plugin, if the tests fail, it just continues. It doesn't fail the build, which is actually what you want, believe it or not. I mean, you don't want your integration tests failing, but there are legitimate reasons for integration tests to fail. Namely, if you're a developer and you just brought this code base down because you want to maybe do a pull request or something, you may not have, like, say I have a connection to Stripe or something, and I have the dev key that lets me connect to Stripe, and I have integration tests set up go against Stripe for payment processing. You as a new dev wouldn't have that key. You wouldn't have that development key. So all the tests would fail for you because they wouldn't have a key to work off of. And in that case, I don't want the build to fail for you, because the unit tests should still work because they're mocking it out, right? But, I do want some indication that there's like integration tests failure, and there will be some kind of stipulation where it's like, make sure your integration tests are, make sure you write integration tests, and the ones that you write pass. You don't necessarily have to have everything pass, but just make sure that, make sure that there's nothing broken beyond what would normally be broken for you, kind of thing. So in other words, if the integration test suite runs and it runs all the database stuff, and then say there's 5 tests that fail that go against third parties, you make a whole bunch of changes, and now, and you add appropriate integration tests and stuff like that, but now 6 tests fail. Well, then whatever you added has had a knock-on effect to something. So that's a good indication that you need to take a deeper dive and see what you've broken, kind of thing. So that's the kind of stuff that's the kind of path that I'm trying to move down as we go here, as we get deeper and start getting things together. The other thing that I, for some reason, did not realize. I've had the check style plugin in the build this whole time, and for some reason I never actually tied it to an execution goal, which means it wasn't actually running when the build would run. Now that's not necessarily a bad thing, because you can run it separately. You can just say Maven check style :check and it would run it. But it is something that I do want running for every build. It also meant that I had violated some of the check style rules. Because I have this check style violations tab here, and it wasn't showing anything. And so I thought I was okay. But it turns out I never actually set up the project to look at my check style rules, my check style XML. It was looking at the Google rules. And so once I switched the IDE over to use the proper file, I then saw a bunch of check style violations and whatnot. So yeah, that right now is what I want to commit, that I have changed that for check style stuff. What else did I change here in? Oh, okay, yeah. Some of the things that I violated were like, there were a couple files that didn't have an extra line break at the end, that kind of thing. So there's a couple files here changed. Let's go and commit this right now. And I'll say make check style run on build, fix check style issues, and that was it. That's all I did there. So I will commit and push that. Go. So that is committed. And then on top of that, we have some pull requests here from the Dependabot. Let's see what Dependabot is talking about. So front-end Maven plugin. That's fine. I'm not. I am using that, yeah, for the front end stuff. But it looks like it's. Where's the commit at? File changed. Yeah, 113.3, 113.4. Yeah, that's fine. I'll approve that. And we'll merge it. Leave that branch in the process. And then the cargo plugin I'm not actually using right now. But I might use it in the future, so we will approve this. Merge. Delete that. Very good. And I think there was something on Freemail GUI too. Yes. Check style and front end Maven plugin. Okay. So let's get these approved. And this one as well, front end Maven plugin actually bumps pretty high, 112 to 113.4. That is fine as well. That. All right, so I'll make sure I get pull both of these down. Back to hex here. And build past. Well, it's fantastic. Okay, so go team and pull. And Freemail GUI Team and full. Alright, we got all of our changes down now. Which is very nice. Very nice indeed. Oh, I don't know if I mentioned this, but as I was getting the tests working, so I added a test in the home controller test here. Yeah, I added like a test to the home page just to kind of test a few little things. There's not much on the home page to test yet, but I wanted to test a few things like, does the page say home in the title, and is it going to index HTML, that kind of thing. This was failing, and it was failing because our messages HTML here was I had added this error list clear and this warn list clear and everything else. Those were failing with a null pointer check, because they were null, which made sense because I wasn't generating the warnings and stuff like that on there via the test that I was doing. So I although I guess now that I think about it, probably shouldn't have been null, but regardless, it was failing. I think regardless, it was failing. And so I've added this null check down here before we're doing the clear. There was like a shorthand where it had like error list and then question mark and then just dot clear after it. I tried making that work and it didn't quite work for some reason. I don't know why. But I like everything that I read online had that kind of shorthand and it wasn't working, so I just did the full longhand here, and this actually works properly for all of these now. So we check to make sure it's null before we try to actually call a method on it. That it's not null, I should say, before we try to actually call a method on it. So that is what's going on there. It does make me curious, though. I have not tested the actual page for real since making those changes. So I'm kind of interested to see make sure it's still working okay. It should be, given the unit test that I was running, but always good to make sure. So that is rebuilt. Oop, all these have reverted. So properties. And I want 50 there. Properties. Assets and 50. There we go. All right, good stuff. Get that being deployed and clean out the work directory and fire it up and make sure everything's still good. The other thing is let's pop over to another playlist. It's taking a while to load here. Wait, there's an Apex Legends playlist? Oh boy. Calling Cinematics Blues. Chess. Chill guitars? How about try some chill pop here and see what that does for us. see what happens there. Not quite sure what's going to happen there. I don't think I've ever played this station before. All right, so this is fired up. Let's go. Yes. The host 8443. Hey, Mytho, welcome. How are you doing? Host. All right, so it's unhappy. Doing good. I am doing a lot better. A lot better. The AC in my house had been broken for the last couple days, and it is now fixed, and I am finally chill. finally chill, which is very nice. All right, let's do a recompile this. This is weird. Being weird right now. Doesn't look like it actually deployed. That and another clean deploy here. And that and start. Let's see if it's initializing dispatcher servlets. Okay, that maybe looked like it did something. There we go. Weird. I need to look into that. I'm wondering if there's a... Is that just my IDE being special when it goes compiling it, or is something else going on that's causing the first deployment of the day to fail? But anyway, cool. So all these, so the error messages are still working. Or how many times I go here, right? Cool. Cool. What else I want to do? Oh, so I'd like to integrate the register user a little bit more, but I also like to integrate the login. So I purposely left the login page kind of bare like this because my idea, and this is not a new idea, is to just take the guts of that and make it a modal that just pops up and lets you log in from anywhere. We'll have to see. Hopefully it'll kind of work its way out as far as leaving you back on the page what you're on, but we'll see on that one. So I kind of want to do that. The login page, I come over to I have it, I think it's login controller. Yeah. Does Bootstrap still require jQuery for that? I don't think Bootstrap requires jQuery, but I think it does. I think it's using Popper now. Popper.js to do a lot of this stuff, if I'm not mistaken. But it does have hooks for jQuery. So I'm not 100% sure. I'll be honest with you. Just tell me here for modals. Modal components, modal button, live demo. They don't have, this is not jQuery here, but that doesn't mean it doesn't use it under the covers. Backdrop, vertically centered, using the grid, Little content. Stability. This variables. Line of JavaScript. See, now it's got it's got a namespace, a bootstrap.modal namespace now. So I'm gonna say no, I don't think it needs it anymore. But I think it does still support jQuery. It did used to be required, yes. But I think they've pulled away from that. Based on what I'm seeing here. Yeah, because the way we do it at the day job is we just use jQuery and we just say, you know, hashtag my modal and then, you know, show, you know, .show. Which I assume probably still works. Yeah. So, let's see if I can make this work the way I want it to work. Because this is always kind of a... Like, this works usually fairly well under, like, normal circumstances, but then these aren't necessarily normal circumstances that I have set up here. The first things first, I want to make sure so I'm returning a login HTML page. So I want to do look at login here, and this is just a fragment, which is good. But I don't want the I want just the fragment to come back and not the entire page. I don't want the headers and all that stuff inside the modal. I just want the content of the page inside the modal. And so I've got a variable setup that will tell me what layout to use. And I'm thinking I need a minimal layout here. So views. I've got the main layout. Right. And I'm going to need parts of the main layout, but I'm going to need a layout that doesn't have like the top navigation. Having the messages though would still be good. And I still kind of want the HTML header because that brings all the JavaScript in that I need. So it's really just, I want one that doesn't have the top nav. So the easiest way to do this is just to have a separate layout here. I guess I could wrap an if around this and have a, you know, say if this variable is not defined, then don't show, or show top nav, or don't show it. You know, if this variable is defined, then don't show top nav or something like that. But I want to kind of keep it pretty straightforward here. So I'm going to say do layout, a new file, and I'll say modal or minimal, maybe minimal HTML. This here, rid of that, and leave messages there because that's still relevant. Maybe. We'll see how it works out. Dark HTML header. All right, so we got that. Layout minimal. So then over here, I want to say attribute error. Oh, that's the Boolean error. Right. Okay. So I want to say that. Oh, wait, can I just say set layout? Yes. Model. And I'm glad I made that little helper method up in the base controller there. This would be layout minimal. I think is how we normally do it. Yeah, layout name, variable, layout, relative path. And I think the layout interceptor. Yeah, it goes layout / main. Yep. And that means we'll be bringing back the HTML view. Should work. Okay. We'll save that. That should work. So then, over on, so I'll have to fix up the login HTML a little bit, but not a big deal. I was going to fix that up anyway. What I want to do though is so this becomes a modal definition. Yeah. Yes? Yeah. Here's the thing. We do have that issue with I redirect you to login. It might be okay. Now I think about it, it might be okay. Because there's instances where you'll see a login page because maybe you bookmarked your dashboard or something, and you went to your bookmark and we saw you weren't logged in, you weren't remember me or whatever. And so I force you to the login page, and then we take you to the dashboard after you've done it. If the login page is just a modal, it it'll probably be okay. Yeah. All right. So let's redesign this as a modal. So I'm going to between modals. Grid. vertically centered. Yeah, I think vertically centered, I definitely want middle dialogue centered. Right, okay, so static backdrop, modal fade. Be glad when the dialogue element is ready. Yeah. Yeah. Native modals instead of relying on the framework runs. Yeah, I agree. That would be it'd be a lot better, especially if you can, as long as you can still style the native dialogue stuff. Yeah. Long content. So I want to. That's the modal button. I don't know. So modal. Where's the modal dialog? Okay, it's the next div down. Modal dialog, modal content, modal header. Blah 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 blah. Trying to wrap my head around it because I know there's a couple different sections here for the modal. So div class modal, backdrop static. Yes, I want this. Copy that. And put that here. I don't want it to fade though. And I want this to be static, keyboard false, labeled by static backdrop label. Where do they define static backdrop label? Oh, I see. Little label. Okay, so then the next one is div class modal dialog. Alright, I should probably just copy it. Well, actually, no, it's all this modal dialog, then modal content header. Right. If you need, does modal content have to be in a separate div? Seems like it seems wasteful, but I guess they separate it now into another div because of the, you can have scrollable ones. Is your least favorite part about the process? Yeah, it's when you're setting up, like, some of the things in Bootstrap are like this, where it's just like, you know, there's a whole lot of boilerplate divs you have to deal with. But that's the thing, right? And that's kind of what I was saying last week, is that once you get past the initial setup stuff, I'm still kind of in the initial setup. Once you do something for the first time, it then becomes easier later on because you can just copy paste. You know what I mean? So some of this stuff is just a lot easier because you can just copy paste it afterwards. I do wish that I could make maybe I could somehow make a fragment that was like a general modal, and just have it take variables for what should be in the header and what should be in the body and in the button footer. But I feel like that's going to be, it'll be very hard to truly customize that, I feel like, especially since you got all different sizes of modals as well to deal with. Because I think modal dialog, I want this to be a large one. I think we have to do modal dialog large, right? I gotta do modal dialog centered. Wasn't there like modal? Yeah, modal dialog. Modal, so extra large is that large. Large is probably what we'll want. So modal LG. There we go. Is Captions a Twitch video service, or did Kick add that? Never seen that before. I think it's part of the Twitch video service, if I'm not mistaken. That said, I wonder, so the plugin I'm using for captions, which I actually have turned off, supposedly will send them over to Twitch. So I wonder if they will work with Kick here. Let me see something. Caption source, the profanity filters on. Output to streams only. Yeah. Add add punctuation. Normal English like capitalization, force line breaks. Caption timeout 15. Transcripts. Captioning is enabled. Text source live captions. Text filtering. Actually, I think it actually is enabled. So I wonder if I turn that on over here on my view. Testing. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. So it is sending my captions through via the plugin I have in OBS. That's pretty cool. Okay. So yeah, that must work for that. Yeah. I forgot. Like I have them on, but I don't have them on screen. Like I used to put them on screen. For all the other services. But I was having a problem where so it uses Google to do the captioning, and occasionally it was having me saying words that I wasn't saying. And by that I mean like some pretty off-color words that it misheard. So that's why I stopped putting it on the actual stream itself. It does have a profanity filter, but it doesn't have like a. It doesn't have a. What's the word I'm looking for? It doesn't have an audience filter. We'll see. Leave it at that. So. That's good. Okay, so hey, how about that? I didn't realize that was just working all this time. That's cool. I might have to refill my agua here. Yeah. Either this is chill pop or we've suddenly gone into the porn station. I'm not sure which one. Here we go. All right. Picked a good week to start making sure that I stay hydrated. Tell you that much. I think I would have been in dire straits if I had not been like constantly drinking water the last couple days, I think. Good stuff here. Alright, so modal content and then what's the other one? And then just the header and the title. And oh, you know what? I'm gonna probably want to do H1 and then PH text. The text.login. Where's my messages? Properties at. There we go. Add that in there. We have this, and then this is also the ID is login modal label. Yeah, there we go. And then yeah, I should put a close button here. There we go. And Unclose Aria label. That should be a thing here. Where's my... Oh, I have a button.close. That's what. Button. That close.
To say how you feel. I got you. I got you. I got
and I actually want that as the... What is it? The rollover? What is the button? I always forget the button rollover text. Button. Title. That's what it is. I always forget that. Whoops. Same thing here. Cool. That's the title section, and then the body, and then the footer. With another close button in it. Yeah, this here, yeah, modal footer. That modal body and then modal footer. Okay. And we have this. This class modal body. Class modal footer. We have this. This will be, yeah, button secondary. We have this modal and text. The close. And then what else here? Oh, and then I want like a login. This will be button primary. And that would be... Do I have a login button here somewhere? Button login, yes I do. Okay, so we got that going for us. Save that. And I gotta grab all of this. Oops, wait a minute. Oh yeah, this is the wrong level. I'm like, what is going on here? Oh, this will be a little, there we go.
Step in my shoes. Don't fade away.
Okay, that is indented there. Alright, so I need username, password. See what we got here. Login, text, user name. Text, password. UFA. Or else the MFA. And that would be that. And then remember me. Where am I at? Remember? So stay here. Thanks. Alright, good. And get rid of this. Fix these up here. Okay. Get rid of the login button. Although, I don't want that to be the submit. Which I'm going to have to do. I wonder if they actually have a thing for that in here. They've got a form, button primary send. Yeah, I'm betting they just, you're gonna need the JavaScript to do that. Which is fine. That's usually the case anyway. Popovers, tooltips and popovers. All between modals. I will dismiss. So, okay, toggle events. Alright, so I just have to put a JavaScript behind it. It shouldn't be too difficult. We have this. What I'll do is I'll put an ID on the form. Right there. I also don't have these set for their. Put one down here. Factory already. A little unhappy. I'm gonna shut the server down for a second. Login form. Yeah, I don't actually set the max on these things here. So where's my registration? Class max length 50, max length 100. Right. Max length 50, max length 100. So this would be 50, 100. This is 6. Username and password are the only ones that are required on the page. Good. So then, under JS here. I'm wondering if I should welcome DCG 201 live. Thanks for following. I appreciate it. So here comes the question. Is this so here the age-old debate here. Should I put JavaScript inline on this page? Which means I gotta set up a nonce to do it because I've got the content security policy header. Because all it's gonna do is just enable the button to be pressed. Or do I make a separate JS file? Let's just login.js. And if I do that, so if I do that, do I make it a variable at the HTML head level where I can just add these things dynamically as on every page whenever I have a page that has something, or not? Usually you have a framework, some sort of module bundler. Yeah, I don't really have that right now. Because I've got like a minimal... I have minimal JavaScript at the moment. All I have is jQuery loaded up. So if I look at my HTML header, so I'm bringing in an application JS, right? Just for application-wide JavaScript, which I don't think I have. Do I have anything in here? I have the logout button in here, which kind of makes sense because the logout button's pretty much going to be on every page. So that was my justification for putting that in there. And I guess what I do, the day job is we have a variable up here that will iterate, that's basically a list. And every page can then set that variable to whatever JavaScript it wants for that particular page. So you set that in the controller and just say, okay, this page has this additional JavaScript that it needs. And then that way you're only loading the JavaScript you absolutely need for each page. So if one page out of the whole system uses some, like like a time widget or something like that, or a date widget, and you don't use that anywhere else in the system, you would only bring it in on the page that needs it and not all the time. That's the theory behind that. And I can kind of get behind that as the design here. But one of the major differences right now is the app that I do for the day job, we have a whole menu system set up. We've got like a hamburger menu with all kinds of sub menus and stuff like that underneath it. And so every page kind of fits into the menu. And so you define all that stuff in an XML, a BeanDef XML for Spring. And you define it once and then you never have to define it again. And then as you navigate through the menu, we load those things up. I feel like that's likely overkill for this site, though I have been thinking about having some sort of page registry, which is something that the more modern languages like Elixir and stuff have, where you can you basically have access to the router, to the router, and you can say, go get me this page from the routing table, and that way if the page ever changes or anything like that, you don't have to change any of your HTML code because you're pointing at the routing table. Theoretically. But, okay, Mytho. But I'm wondering, I'm kind of leaning towards just making a variable that works on these pages. And actually, HTML header, because that could work for the CSS stuff too, if I wanted to have like special CSS for one particular page and not have it in the application CSS. I don't know if there'd be any advantage to doing that, but it might allow us to at least keep the page or keep the CSS organized. So yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards have a variable there. The tricky part is this potentially, but I guess it's probably not all that tricky. I put a variable here. Let's try it. I want a loop. So where's that, where did I do a loop at? messages.
If you don't play, so you better play the game.
THH. And I assume that'll work even if it's not set. So basically I want to do this because I want to define it in the front end controller, so I have it in one spot. So we'll do it here. And let's say width, script list. Session variable. I want JS scripts. Whoops. I want that as a session variable. No, I definitely want that as a model variable, not as a session variable, because that gets super messy. So I gotta get this out of the model. So it would really be is it just get variable without? Yeah, because there's page, the CTX get variable, page title, yeah. Right, and then that one. Right. Right. Okay. That's the script lists. And then do script type text JavaScript each script in script list. Right, is that how I did that over all the messages here? Yeah, pretty much. And then I do th source equals at $sign script.
I don't wanna wait, so I just gotta say I like them, girl, you are, and I would love to.
Yeah, so it looks like.
Be for you and me. Be for you and me. Sorry if if I rush, I just don't wanna waste
Okay.
time that we could have escape into our place.
The jazz scripts, and then do one for
Loving me and you.
CSS.
Let me
Well,
fall. Just let me fall.
the scripts.
Fall. You're in my thoughts. You're on my mind. You're in my head. You're hard to find. I'm missing
And this
me
will
and you.
be
I'm missing
link.
you. Let's go back in time.
Route
when we
style
were young,
sheet.
full of love. Let's take back this land. Then we
Each
call
ref.
home and make it our own. Yeah. Let's go back in time when we were young, full of love. Let's take back this land. Then we
Okay.
call home and make it our own. Yeah.
Okay, so then just gotta create these two properties here. Static final string CSS groups. Right, so I have that. That'll be a list, so what I'll do is I'll say protected void add page CSS model string relative path. And do list string CSS list new we'll say equals model dot get attribute the scripts the string press warnings press warnings to methods. This will return the attribute or null if none. Okay, so if CSS list equals null, CSS list equals new array list. Boom. Okay, and then CSS list add relative path and over here we'll do null attributes. we go. So if I've done this right, if the attribute is already in the model, we'll retrieve it. CSS list won't be null. They'll just add the new one, the already existing one, and then we're good. Otherwise, if it is null, it'll create a new array list that's empty, and we'll add that to the model. And then it'll add the whatever the new path is to that array list, and that should just work. Hopefully. That's the same thing for JS. We'll call it Control 2 R here. There we go. That works better. That. There we go. Okay. So we have upper methods for that stuff up in the base controller. If I come back to the login controller, I set the layout to minimal and then add page JS model, and then so I gotta see how we're adding these. I think I have like a slash beforehand. Which I think is correct. Where's the header at? Yeah, yeah, the slash beforehand I think is correct. Yeah, because we wanted to go back to the. We want the path to be relative, but we wanted to go back to the top level. Yes, that should be correct. And then /JS /layout.js, or not layout, login.js. There we go. So over here, new file login.js. And we'll just do what we need to do here. Where's my login? So this would be ID. That's ID. Cool. Login button. Okay. $sign document ready. Oops, document dot ready. Go. And we'll say attach to the login button. Oops, clicked. Do login form. Commit. Should work. I don't think I need to close the modal because it's going to redirect us around. So we're gonna leave the page. Even if we end up back on the page, we're gonna leave the page and come back. So I think we're good there. All right, well, let's see what trouble I've caused for myself. Oh, it's a good thing I took a drink there. I just noticed the camera froze at some point here. They fixed that. Properties. State. Reactivate. And there it is. Okay. I gotta figure out that that's annoying. I gotta figure that one out. There's a whole help article on Elgato's site about that happening. And it said, like, I gotta do something with the USB timing or whatever. And I'll figure that out at some point here. Once I get annoyed enough by it, I'll figure it out. Do that as well. Okay, so that rebuilt clean here. Okay. Let's back up. So if I didn't actually wire up the login button. It's still taking us to /login. I could do that. Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, I gotta make it I'll have to make it an Ajax call, right? So there's logout. So where's my top navigation? The class on here, login. And we'll say $, login, click. I'm gonna bring that data down, but then I also have to tell it to show the modal. All right, so if I go $,
Cause I've been looking for you, and I've been looking for something. Could it be you? I never thought it would be
hang on.
easy.
I'm drawing a blank here. jQuery post.
Now I'm into you. I never thought it would be easy.
URL data success. Okay. Post and then it's done, fail, and always. Right. So I just want our purposes, I just want done. I mean, I should have a fail there as well, but fail. All right, so post. What's going on with the innocent test? That's right. I just have to do the post the URL and then hey, Matty B, welcome. Good morning to you. Hope your weekend has started out well. I think I could just do it this way. Post. And then I need this. There's a way to do this in JavaScript. I'm gonna do the thing here. 4 a.m. for you? There you go. Get an early start or a late start or a late to bed. What do I got? So wait, I need the Thyme Leaf with JavaScript. There was a thing here. I want to set something for JavaScript. JavaScript inline. Inline. Oh, but I could just do this, right? Oh no, wait. It's a separate JS file. Damn it. Early morning start on your cloud mining. There you go. Damn. Natural templates. That's going to be a pain in my butt, isn't it? Oh no, you know what? Screw it. It's not going to be a pain in my butt. I'll just make it a data variable. So href will be this, and then th data URL will be that. All right, and then I'll just say R URL equals this data URL, right? And that there. Am I doing that right on this side? Yes, I'm doing that right on that side. And then when we're done, the function fine. Did I give it a where's the thing at here? Tell me about what you earn on your Bitcoin. Yeah, no, go ahead. Earn quite a bit. Log in. If this still works, I think it will. Lion modal show, hopefully. Are you okay, so you're mining for Bitcoin. I was under the impression that that wasn't that lucrative anymore. Like you were spending more on power to do the mining than on the actual amount of Bitcoin coming out of it. But then again, that was before the big crash in value, I guess, too. Is that cloud mining or clowned mining? Because when I think cloud mining, I think it's you got it out on in the cloud. Got some cloud computers doing their thing. Distributed mining. Cloud mining. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so you're doing it over whatever, like AWS or something like that. Or probably a cheaper one. Overpower. So you're still I assume you're making more in Bitcoin than you are paying for the actual service, right? No, it's no problem. It's no problem at all. Having a conversation, not spamming. I'll show that. I think that'll work. Guess we'll find out here. There's one way to find out. It's already started, so I don't have to restart. Refresh though. They don't pay free bill? Ah, okay. Posts. Okay, that was less than successful. Server responding with status of 403. Oh, I know what's going on. I think I know what's going on. There's no token. I gotta do the Ajax pre-request thing, I think. I don't need the website. I'm just curious what. Are you making a lot of? Like, how much are you mining per day? Is it still profitable? Like, don't give me, like, you don't have to give me numbers, but is it still like you're still making more than you're actually spending? Yeah. So this is, I think I know what's going on there. I do. Where do I put that at? The full amount or half? Full amount or half? I guess the, well, no. What's your, have you done it for a month yet? You have like a number for the month? I don't want to know how much you own entirely. Because that's really not any of my business. But is it like, so you just started, okay. Well, that's not, yeah, don't tell me the full number, because that's nobody's business. Start a new website. Oh, there you go. Yeah, like I said, I haven't really dug too far into any of that. I know a lot of people were running their own mining clusters, and that kind of died off because the amount of power they were using for it wasn't paying off for what they were trying to do. But yeah, it's cool stuff. I wouldn't. It's one of those things where I wouldn't. I look at that stuff right now as same way I look at gambling, right? Which is, don't use money you need for other things, right? Like if I go to the casinos, which I have done quite often, like I have a set amount in mind. Like I say, I'm only going to spend $300, and that's my hard limit. And then there's no ATM cards or anything like that. Just like $300, that's it, done. When I run out of money, And then I put like I set aside a little bit for like food and stuff like that. So $137.37. Not bad. That's not bad. I mean, that's what it is. That is what it is right now, right? That's pretty good. But also, it also depends on how much you're putting in for the. I know you say you're not paying for the cloud, but ultimately you got to take into account that amount too to see if you're actually if it's actually worth the amount put into it. But yeah, I kind of look at that as being like, don't bet the farm on that stuff. Just kind of like use it for speculation. You know, if you got like $50, toss $50 at it, something you're not going to miss, and you know, leave it on in the background. Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to, right, to let it mine and stuff. Well, like I said, I'd be super cautious with that stuff because it's a cool thing to dip your toe in, but don't get so far in that, you know, you're underwater. You know what I mean? Those things are so enticing that you might think, oh, you know, I'll just keep doing this and I'll keep, you know, all the graphs are saying I'm going to have this much money at the end of, you know, 6 months and all that stuff. And then some big name player somewhere else goes and cashes in their chips and then makes the market crash. And then where you thought you were, you're nowhere near, you know. That's the way I've looked at it. It's just like, you know what, maybe I'll toss a $5 here or something like that, you know. See what happens, but nothing that I would miss, you know. It's free. Well, yeah, but you're still paying for someone's still paying for the server costs, right? I mean, I know you're not directly paying for the server costs, but someone is. So it's not, because, you know, just because it's in the cloud doesn't mean it's just free. Unless it's some kind of peer-to-peer thing. If you're doing like a peer-to-peer networking thing and there's not a server in the middle, that might be almost free because you're just running it on your own computer and other people are running it on their own computers. But even then, I'd be very cautious with that because that stuff can get, peer-to-peer networks can get compromised pretty easily. And suddenly there's a server thing we don't really know. Yeah. I mean, it's good. It's good stuff. I like I said, I haven't dug too much into it, so I can't comment all that much on it. So I need to do so what's going on here is I need an Ajax 3 filter. Yes. Ajax 3 filter. Tell you, I started. Is that not loud like the hours? That's fine. That's fine. I mean, what, you just started, you just started this month, right? Next filter.
Bottom is waiting, seeing your face in the dead of night by my side, but I'm still hesitant.
Custom options need to be handled. Started an hour ago because of his new website. Oh, well, but that's not, that $100 is not for 1 hour though, right? That's, you're mining that somewhere else, right? That seems wildly off. There's some kind of weirdness going on there. That's 1 hour. 100 on the same website. $100 in 1 hour. I'd be very, very, very suspicious of that. Like super ultra suspicious of that. Because from what I understand, if you're mining your own Bitcoin stuff, you're mining fractions of a Bitcoin. And it takes, the whole point of the mining was that as more coins are minted, it takes longer and longer to mint a new coin, right? So if you're minting coins in an hour, there's some shenanigans going on there. And I'd be very, very cautious. And I would take everything with a grain of salt as far as what numbers it's giving you. Because that was the whole idea of the blockchain, was that, or not blockchain, that was the whole idea of cryptocurrency, is that in order, it was like, you know, sort of a programmed rarity, right? Just say this, enjoy it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'd, you know, if you haven't put anything into it, that's pretty good. I'd be very, there's flags flying all in my mind with that, because, like I said, it's, for something to be worth anything, there has to be a. Your mom checking the bill. Yeah, I'd be concerned on that too, because it's because seriously, for something to be worth money, there has to be some kind of built-in rarity, you know, meaning that it's not easily obtainable. Because if something is super easily obtainable, then it's going to be worth less per item, because everyone and their grandmother can get it, right? So for something to be worth $100, it's got to be something that's very rare to be able to obtain, you know? And if that's the case, then, and you mined, you know, that one Bitcoin in an hour, I'd be very suspicious, because if everybody could mine that in an hour, then it wouldn't be worth that much money. It'd be worth fractions of a cent, if anything, because it would be so easy to generate it, you know what I mean? Whereas if it took, say, 2 months to mine that particular coin, then I could reasonably say that it's probably worth a decent amount. It's because the website goes slow. Okay. Like I said, just be careful. That's all I'm really saying. Is just be careful, because there's a lot of if it sounds too good, if it looks too good to be true and sounds too good to be true, it often very much is. There's a lot of get rich quick schemers out there who like to prey on new stuff, like new technologies, because very few people truly understand what's going on under the covers, and I include myself in that assessment. So it's easier to kind of make things sound better than they actually are. But yeah, just have fun with it, but also, be careful. That's all. That's my life lesson. Modify request options. Options URL. Yeah, so if I want to do, so here's the problem that's going on here is I'm doing a post back to the back end, but because I'm doing it via Ajax, I'm not posting the CSRF token, and so it's giving me a 403 forbidden. And so what I need to do is I need to get the CSRF token, which I have it available. And I need to, I have to figure out how to get it out finally, but I need to get that CSRF token, and I need that to be part of the post back in Ajax. And if I can do an Ajax pre-filter, that works out really well, because every time I do an Ajax call, I don't have to worry about CSRF token, because it'll automatically push it in there with the pre-filter. So what I gotta do is define leaf jQuery Ajax pre-filter CSRF. Just bring CSRF with Ajax REST call. Enabled by default. Yeah. CSRF token. Unit not helping. I want fixed REST call. Each content. Oh, he's putting them in as meta. I guess that's fine. Just check the website. A website checker is legit. Okay. Ajax and set request header token. Oh, I see. So they're putting them in there in the meta so you can access them. I mean, that's fine. I don't have that in the meta right now, do I? That's fine. That'll work. But it's funny how it can be so easy. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, sometimes, it's... I mean, it's been around for a couple of years now, so I would expect that the tools that people are using now have some... are less, like, have some better, user interfaces and stuff on them. Because I know, like, the early days, it was like, you have to compile this, and then, bring this other thing in and all that stuff. Welcome, Master King. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, like, in the past, you had to have, like, all these different tools, you had to compile them together, and you had to have them all running at the same time and all stuff. But, they've had a couple years to sort of refine that, so I would imagine it's probably a little bit easier, if not just a button click anymore now. Which is cool. I mean, that, you want to live long enough, you want something to live long enough to be that level of refined. I'm doing a little copy paste no think from good old Stack Overflow. There we go. Bitcoin does go up and down too. Yep. You've been looking for this type of environment? Oh, cool. Let's see. There's our CSRF and our CSRF header. Then I should be able to do on-site Ajax pre-filter. And how'd they have it here? Token header. Attribute content. And so I wanted to pre-filter options, original options, URL, pre-filters. Oh, thank you, Maggie. I appreciate that. What? So, options are the request options, original options, unmodified without defaults of the request. I want to do Ajax pre-filter. I want one that works for the jQuery Ajax pre-filter CSRF. I want something that works with both post and get. Options, do lowercase post. So what else? I appreciate it. I appreciate it greatly. Thank you. Thank you very much. Wait, so post Data is not empty.
All you need to know, irrelevant, irrelevant. We need to stop living in a dream. We need to live to
Data is right. A second argument to post and then format as a query string. Your filter gets access to the data option, thus you need to add your own field to the query string. Options type is post. Is data options data or it is not empty. What wallet would I use? Use Trust Wallet. The only two wallets I used were MetaMask and I think Brave has a wallet now too. Brave browser has a wallet, if I'm not mistaken. Those are the only two I actually ever used. MetaMask was like the more popular one. In fact, I just got an email from MetaMask saying that I haven't updated my wallet in a while, so they locked it. So those are the only two I have any experience with. So I don't know. I know there's a lot of them out there, but those are the only two I know of. MetaMask, can you download it on Windows? It's a browser plugin. So that's I don't know if it's an actual physical download, but it's a browser plugin. I don't know if they have a standalone, to be honest with you. So like, yeah, Google add-on. Yeah, exactly. Did I figure the JS thing out? Yeah, what I did was I decided to make them variables, and I can just add whatever CSS or JavaScript I want on a per page level. So in here in login controller, I just say, add page.js, and then I say, this is my login.js. What I've run into though is I have to do this, the jQuery Ajax prefilter, because the post is failing with a 403 forbidden because the CSRF token is not getting passed along. So I'm just looking at how they normally do it, because I know it's one of those things where you kind of have to like massage it onto the end of the data string, if I remember correctly, and this looks correct to me. So Ajax setup, Ajax pre-filter. Just put delete. Headings cross domain. Oh, he's pulling them off the cookies? That's not a great idea. But I do like this part for the most part, except for the headings cross domain. Okay. So if I do just prefer function settings original XHR. So options. Wait a minute. I'm not doing this right. Yeah, it's function. I can do that. So you've done nothing with HTML except for Selenium and Beautiful Soup. A little bit after MySpace, maybe 2011, when I coded a slave for friend. What am I doing? So I am doing. This is JS. Yes, this is JS. What I'm doing right now. But basically, I'm doing all the front end and the back end stuff. I've done nothing with JavaScript. Yeah, it's I'm using JavaScript for mostly for incidental things like wiring up buttons that I can't wire up otherwise. You know, for like stylistic reasons, for like, you know, showing modals on the screen and whatnot. I'm using HTML, obviously, for the HTML part of it, although I'm using a library called FineLeaf, which allows me to write dynamic HTML with variables and stuff injected into it. And then I've got, on the server side, I'm using Java and Spring framework to do kind of all the back-end server work of getting all the communication back and forth between the database and all that stuff. So okay, maybe. Yeah, so that's kind of the full stack there. And then my database is PostgreSQL. So I'm kind of just doing the whole soup to nuts on it, and I'm basically just working on. And again, this is just for a fun project. This is not something that it's a fun project that's open source. Have you considered raw UDP? No. No, I haven't. If anything, the UDP stuff would be for the back end, for like the video ingest and all that stuff, which I still haven't figured out how that's all going to work, because I want to bring WebRTC in and do some of that stuff. But I don't really have a good template to pull from as far as that goes, at least in Java anyway. So I've been kind of mulling that over to see how I can make all that work. Probably will get lower latency and all clients should accept it. Well, yes, as far as like the video is concerned, and WebRTC uses UDP under the covers to do all its communication and stuff with the video servers and whatnot. And there's also, you can also do peer-to-peer video sharing too with it if you wanted to. So that's why I'm leaning that way. I think the next version of OBS is going to have it or something. Monkey patch it. Yeah. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. But for the rest of the website, just using the regular old TCP/IP, because we don't really need anything crazy. The rest the same, change the protocol. I mean, it's not helping anything, right? WebRTC has peer-to-peer, but nearly every router. Yeah, I mean, that's the other part of that too. Need some server to bridge. Well, that's the thing. Like, part of it is to have an ICE server going, and that's where I'm kind of looking at what I can do there. Like, I want to get an ICE server coded, but I want to code it with Netty. Like, there's stuff out there. There's ICE4J and stuff like that, but it's not well maintained, and it kind of just does raw sockets and stuff. And I kind of want to see if there's something I can do that I can maybe convert to Java. I was looking at libdatachannel and stuff like that. I think I have libdatachannel down on here, and I was looking at it. Yeah, I was looking at this and maybe thinking about, like, can I convert some of this to Java? But there's a lot of... I haven't done C++ in so freaking long. And there's a lot of just like, where the hell do I begin? You know what I mean? And this one actually has, like, this one supports H.264, and which is great. But then there was a Google one, the Google implementation of WebRTC that has AV1 encoding and VP8 and VP9 encoding and all that stuff. It seems pretty complex. I'm gonna learn something that low level will probably be Rust. Yeah, I was looking at the Rust stuff too. Because there is a WebRTC.rs. Do I have that open still? Yeah. There is a WebRTC RS. But I don't know any Rust either, so I'm like, am I more likely to be able to convert that to Java than the C++? You know what I mean? There's a local converter you can download online. Yeah, I was looking at a high learning curve of people seem to prefer it over C++. Yeah, I've been seeing that too, Mythoda. A lot of people have been preferring Rust over C++. And I was also looking for like a converter. What was the... Did I have that open still? I had something open here. I think I closed it. But there was like an AI thing that you could run locally. Yeah, I closed it. What was it called? It was like C2 Java converter. Well, there's an online tool, but that I gave it a class from the one thing, and it was like, this is too big. So that the online ones don't work too well. Oh, Java source. No, it's the opposite way. There was another one. There was a GitHub that you could download. Wasn't that one? GitHub. Yeah, it was, this one's T2 Java. No, I haven't been there. Work in progress. What is this one? I'm curious. What function? This is interesting. That's C. I would need C++. What is this one? Project aims to convert C++ code to high-level Java source code. 3/4 of the way to an initial release. When was the last commit? 9 years ago. So 9 years ago, it was 3/4 of the way to initial release. So yeah. Yeah. That's funny. I shudder to think of the Java it will actually generate. Cross compiling. No, there was a like an AI driven code converter that was on GitHub that you could run in your own, like it had a Docker image and stuff, you could run it in Docker. And I forget, I lost the bookmark for it. But I started looking at that, see if that's a thing. I mean, I don't know. It's a hard thing because it's like I don't necessarily want a direct translation because I want to use like Netty to do all the networking and stuff. But it is nice to be able to see, like, you know, they've got things separate here, like the stun server and the turn server and stuff. But it's, I don't know what, like I got a test there. These are all tests. I'm gonna go under a test thing. And Tokyo test. Yeah, I guess Tokyo is the testing framework? Question mark? Oh, no idea. I've heard it before, but I don't know. I don't know exactly what it is. Tokyo is multi-threading. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't even know where to begin with some of the stuff. That's the unfortunate part. Like, I see this, and I'm like, it makes me feel old because I'm like, man, I'd be all over this like 10 years ago. I'd be all over this, just learning it and trying to figure things out. And now I look at it and I just go, you know what I mean? I just kind of let out a sigh. Like, do I want to start all over again? But yeah, I mean, I don't know. because it's here's the hard part. We have the Java not LLVM. I want to call it LLVM, but it's not that. We have the Java cross compiler thing. Not JVM. No, there's a what was that? What was that thing that I was looking at a while ago? I think it's the Java. Let me see. Java native compiler. Graal. That's what it is. Graal VM. And this allows you to not only compile Java down to a native image for the operating system that you're on, but it also lets you access other libraries, compiled libraries. So yeah, it's got an LLVM backend on it, right? So basically what I could do was I could just compile, like I could take the backend, the stuff, compile it down to like a native image and just let it run as a native image if I wanted to. But in theory, I'd be able to call like things that were compiled in Rust or anything that is supported by LLVM toolchain. So like something compiled in Go or potentially Python. I'm not even sure on that one. And then be able to use them all together as just regular libraries in Java and compile it down. But do I want to do it that way? Do I want something that's Java native so that uses the Java tools that are, you know, supposed to perform well for Java? Do I want to just bring these things in as libraries and throw caution to the wind? Yeah, like it's kind of a hard question right now for me as to what I want to do there. The experienced, you know, software engineer in me is like, don't reinvent the wheel. But then the wheel that's out there is not a Java wheel, right? So there's the other part of me going, maybe this is that one exception where it's like you kind of have to rewrite it in Java to make it work the way you want it to work, you know? Oh, my camera. Thank you. My camera froze again. Elgato, why your cameras suck so bad? There we go. Thank you. Yeah, so that's kind of where I'm kicking it around a bit. Let's see which way I want to go with it. Because there's examples of like an ICE server out there that was written in Java that I can kind of tee off of, but here's the thing that boggles my mind. Like I'm looking at the you found it, can you link it? You should be able to link it, yes. If hopefully I turned off the Botrix blocking of links. So Yeah, I don't know how. Oh, cool. There we go. Tangible software. Is this rings a bell? This rings a bell. For some reason. Source code converters. C++ to Java converter. Running folders, C++ to Java array. What about standard library containers? C++ Java converter converts references to most standard library container types, such as standard vector. Few methods of these containers have no equivalent and are not converted. Okay. Adjustments necessary. Most C++ library function calls are not converted. However, we do convert a subset of the C-based string, keyboard I/O, math, and utility function calls. Some of C++ keyboard I/O methods. Okay. Pointer arithmetic has no good equivalent in Java. Yeah. Some pointer and address manipulation may remain in the converted code. Code that is extremely dependent on the preprocessor may result in more conversion issues. Multiple inheritance is not converted. It's not available in Java. Yeah. Most operator overloads are converted. How are you converting operator overloads? I guess it's just creating a method that's the name of the operator. Because Java doesn't, you can't overload an operator in Java. That's interesting. Try to learn reverse engineer. You've used it for Python? Okay. Yeah, that's always, so these are the things that boggle my mind. Number one, reverse engineering. I would love to learn how to do it, but I need someone who's like a super expert. God damn this camera. Thank you, Maddie. I need someone that's like a super duper expert to like show me the ropes of how to, there we go, that should work now. How to think when it comes to like doing language conversions like this. Because a lot of times you just, I mean, you need to know the language inside and out, probably, on both the start and the end, in order to do it well. But like a lot of my hang up is where to even begin, you know, with a conversion. Yeah, I don't know. It's having a lot of trouble tonight for some reason. Maybe I'm moving around too much. I don't know. The other thing is, the other thing I want to figure out. So I've got the W3C WebRTC recommendation here. And I gotta say, I don't know how people write code to these specs. Like I've read through some of this, and I don't know how I don't know how anybody writes something to this. Like it doesn't click with me. Like, yeah, sure, I can go through and like implement the dictionaries and stuff that they have here, but then it just kind of trails off and starts talking about other things, and I'm like, I don't know how you write to a spec. So why do I want it in Java to match the web server? WebRTC for the curious is a good resource. Oh, really? Okay. Why do I want it in Java? Yeah, I would like to match the web server. I would like to do it in Java for two reasons. One, if anyone wanted to contribute to the project, they wouldn't have to learn a separate language, which I think is very important since it's an open source thing. But secondly, I've used Java so much that I feel like if I can get something working in Java, I will actually understand what's going on. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just I want to just get WebRTC to work. If I'm going to go through the process of like converting it over to Java, then I want to know why it works. Like, I want to know the ins and outs of it. And I feel like if I did that in Java, where I'm already very confident in what I'm writing, I would maybe understand it better. Maybe. But those are kind of my two reasons for wanting to do that. I mean, I know I could just learn Rust and then just bring in the WebRTC RS file and call it a day. But I don't know. Get an AST? Yeah. Do it by hand. Yeah, I mean that's basically what I'd have to do. That's why I was kind of looking at the W3C page. I'm like, you know what? I could look at someone else's code and try to convert it over, or I can just look at the spec and see if I can make it work to the spec. And as I'm looking through the spec, I'm like, well, if I go through this spec one bullet point at a time, am I going to end up with something that actually works, or am I going to end up with something that has no relevancy to the real problem? You know what I mean? An AST conversion chart? Yeah. I mean, do they have, like, I guess... I mean, I don't know. Is there an AST conversion for Rust to Java? Kind. Robusta, easy interop between Rust and Java. Procedural macro to make easier to write JNI compatible code in Rust. That's weird. And oh, is that to make it? That's to make it easier for Java to make the native calls, I guess is what they're saying here. For a chart, not a compiler. Yeah, I don't know. Let me see, chart. This is creating a programming language with Rust, not the Rust AST. Transpile code from another language into Rust. The overall process of from scratch. This way to do this. Be sure the Sin Crate has a full AST representation if compiled with correct features, and the quote crate will convert it into tokens. Where it's sourced from. So there's two libraries, Sin and Quote, that will give you an AST representation. Rust C AP syntax. What is that? I have no idea. 3 years ago. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's going to be. Problem is, it's kind of the linchpin of the project, and I just kind of have to sort of make a decision on it. You know, like maybe this is something. I've been purposely not doing the ingest stuff on stream, because it's a lot of me just kind of scratching my head at things. But I'm wondering if this is like, if I were to just sit down and just go through top to bottom this WebRTC thing, and just as soon as I come to something that like, as soon as like the dictionary configuration stuff, just start writing stuff in Java based on what I see here, and then see if I can, you know, figure it out later on. Is that something that would work on a stream? Because I think I can just tell you, just by just perusing this, it's going to be something that's going to frustrate me as I'm going through here. So I'm not sure on that. Download a source compiler. You can probably look through the modules and find one. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. So, and I mean, that's the thing. Like, I mean, I could also. I've been looking at. Like, what I've got right now out there for the ingest is based on. It's just straight RTP. RTMP, I mean. And I've been doing it based on this protocol document, and also based on the, where's it at here, this My Live thing. I've been just taking, like, because this says an RTMP server implementation, but that's RTMP, and that has nothing to do right now with the WebRTC stuff. And I'm like, should I even bother continuing with this, or should I just focus on WebRTC? And because that now got pushed into OBS. OBS's WebRTC thing, the WebRTC support here, has been merged down. So that should be coming out in OBS soon. I think it's supposed to come out in OBS 30. Did it get a candidate thing here? I don't know where it is. It's convince OBS to keep FTL. Yeah, I don't have an FTL thing either. Yeah, so this has been merged down. And when I was looking through this, they're using, that's where I came upon the lib data channel, because they're using lib data channel as their client to the WebRTC servers and stuff. And the reason they said they're using this instead of the Google implementation is that the Google implementation reference implementation is very bloated. And I was looking at some of the Google reference implementation, and it's pretty extensive. Data channels are neat, yeah. Yeah, so that's why I was kind of leaning towards this one and being like, maybe I should convert this from C to Java. But it's like I could start with data channel CPP and just work my way through it. It's just gonna be a pain. Keep looking, but I haven't found one. That, cool. I appreciate the help. I really do. But then I see stuff like WebSocket and WebSocket server, and I'm like, I don't need like the WebSocket stuff. There's stuff to do that already. Like I don't need to reinvent the WebSocket stuff, right? Because I have stuff that will do WebSocket. So I can already see, looking at this, I'm like, there's going to be stuff here that I just don't need. And that's where I kind of get frustrated. I'm like, I need to be able to pull this apart and say, like, here's the stuff I need and here's the stuff I don't need. It seems like everyone who's implementing WebRTC is implementing all the server sockets as well. They're not using some other library to do their server sockets, which is a bit annoying for me because I want to use a library to do the server sockets. So if they would isolate their socket crap from the actual logic crap, then I'd be able to look at the logic crap and try to convert that over, Think you watched a video on that on the data channel? If you have a link to a video, Mytho, that would be great. I will take anything I can get right now to try to figure out. Yeah, most I saw use Socket.io for the ICE stuff. Yeah. Yeah, like it's got yeah. I don't know. Like I see message here. Message tells me that that's something I need. And then they've got Opus for the Opus audio and Opus video, I guess. And then H.264, obviously. And then if I look at the Google stuff, which I also have down here, I got the data. So I got data channel stuff here, and then if I look at close folder, and I'd look at this one, WebRTC source. So this is the Google stuff, the Google source. The reference implementation, since Google is the one driving the WebRTC stuff. And they've got, if I look under video here, for instance, render, video render frames. Like, I don't know how much of this I actually need, because I'm going to be, like, I'm not rendering the video. I'm sending it off to, well, I guess technically, that's the other problem. That's the other thing. Like, there's this fantastic library that I want to use called FFmpeg4j, which wraps the FFmpeg library, which is great because I could offload all the, like, any kind of rendering or processing or conversion of streams to FFmpeg, which knows a whole lot of how to do a lot of things. Probably also AV1 at this point. So I could just kind of offload all that to it, and I don't have to theoretically do conversions myself. And if that's the case, then where do I, like, what are the glue pieces that what are the minimal pieces that I absolutely need in order to communicate between a WebRTC client and ICE and all that stuff? You know what I mean? Right, again, what you're looking for. I found a video that sets up a client-to-client WebRTC connection, uses data channels for communication. It doesn't have a server, though. Yeah, no, I need... I want to... What I'm looking for is... what do I need to do to make the server part of that? Like, obviously I need ICE. But do I only need ICE? Do I need... There's got to be some kind of WebRTC communication in there too. Right? Do I need WebSockets? You know what I mean? ICE done usually. Yeah, exactly. Like, is that all I need? Is I just need to have an ICE server? But, like, how do I... Because, again, this is for ingests of video, right? So at some point I need to be able to accept video in, and... Oh, good night, maybe. At some point I need to be able to accept video in, and then send that video out and that audio out to all the clients, right? It's rather long with good explanation. Okay, cool. I will watch that later, but I will save the link there. Yeah, it's I mean that's kind of where I'm at. Like, the ICE server seems straightforward enough, kind of. And maybe I need to just work on that first. But then I need to figure out, how do you, like, have someone... How do you have someone send video in? You know, and have a stream key and all that stuff that identifies the stream, and have the video and audio go out to all the clients that need it. Have it, you know, communicate with other servers, maybe that are endpoints. I mean, I guess... I don't know if... I could look at the Glimesh stuff, I guess. I could look at the broadcast box stuff and see how they did the WebRTC over there. Although all that's in Rust, I think. I don't know. I don't know if I want to do that. I mean, I could do that, but I don't know because it never quite worked for them, and I'm kind of working from a thing that wasn't very stable. So I don't know. I don't know on that one. I think I think I'm coming to the conclusion of I think at some point we'll have a stream where I just try to make some of the stuff. The problem with that is you'll end up with a stream where I won't have anything to show for it at the end. Likely, like I won't have any way of testing it, but I don't know. We'll see. I have to think about it some more. Figure out how I want to do that. So what am I doing here? So I want to do this. It's cross domain. RF token. So I grab that. And throw that in here. And we say options data. Alright, this RF equals RF token equals $sign meta what do I call it? SRF. Attributes content. Header. Header. Content. Okay. I found this one, but I can't find a converter model. Render RS convert JS tree. Wait, okay. Let's see here. Convert JS. Rust structs to JavaScript. Okay. Core types are very limited. MC. Oh, okay. I'll have to look at that. I have to look at that and see if I can utilize some of that too. Alpha branch with auto releasing. See, it worries me when I see like something 2 years ago that's a work in progress. But it might help to just get something, get into a state where I can see it better, see what's going on better with some of the structures and stuff in Rust. So that's good. I'll keep that in mind. Where's the other thing at? So I have this, and then I guess I might as well put the HR thing in there. So where did they put it? There you go. That. And that would be set to CSRF header. Okay. Filter options. Data, original, XHR. Okay, let's see if that works for my purposes here. Let's see if the meta tags actually wrote in. Oh, CSRF header is just X CSRF token. That's the actual header name. Got it. Okay. You only need so much for a tool set. Once you have it, there's only minor adjustments. Yeah. Yeah, that's I want to get to that point. I want to get to that point, as you know, but still understand what's happened along the way, you know. That's the header name. I got it. So I gotta change this to be that request header to SRF header SRF token. There we go. Alright. This and then login. 405 this time. Try that again. So form data was token. Right. But actually, so put that in there, which is good. Do I have the wrong name for the CSRF token? I might. I just have token there. I think it's actually underscore CSRF if I'm not mistaken. So where's my, well, I got a 405. What is HT 405? Method not allowed. Method not allowed. Target resource doesn't support this method. Oh, am I not, yeah, but I was doing no, I wasn't. I was doing a get, wasn't I? Top navigation. Yeah, I was just doing a get on /login. And now I'm doing a post, which is not what I allowed. Okay. Should be able to do an Ajax get, right? Yeah, here we go. jQuery get. Which I think has the same signature as post. Man, their site is freaking slow. Should still theoretically work for the get, right? Just have to change this to a get. Yeah, it has the same signature. Alright, well, I got a 200. There was a token. Response. Give me all of that. And then it gave me a login modal. Okay. Login modal. I didn't show. So did I do that wrong? Modal that. Bootstrap modal options, toggle show hide. No. Function, their call when deferred is resolved. Yeah. Not on the page, right? So I kind of have to put it onto the page. If I put it on the page, it's got all the HTML stuff which we don't need. So actually, I need to change. I can't change that. Damn it. I think I'm going to have to do the inline JavaScript after all, because if I'm not bringing in all that other stuff, then it's not going to bring in the JavaScript file I need. Although I guess I could just reference it directly. Yeah, I can still keep what I've got there. I'll just reference the JavaScript directly. So it comes back. So then what I need for the minimal then is to get rid of
Waking up inside my bed, looking around at all I have. The only thing missing is what I want. Wipe my eyes and make my bed, brush my teeth and fix my hair, wash my face and put my smile on. When to be a
Yeah, I can get rid of head, body. Yeah, I'll do that. Let's save that. I don't even know if I should bring messages in. Yeah, I probably should. In some capacity. Yeah, I'll bring that in and leave it the way it is there. That doesn't necessarily hurt anything. So then that's the minimal. That I need to take the HTML that came back. I need to put it onto the page. Where do I guess that would be up in the top navigation then, with the button. So I would just say div ID. Okay, Mytho. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. And thanks for all the help as well. Have a good night. Yeah, I gotta. It's 1 a.m. for me. I gotta wrap this up in some way, shape, or form too. I guess div ID. Login. Place folder. Yes, hide. Page data. ID. Login place folder. And here's say var ID equals this data ID. ID that HTML HTML do that. This had a problem, so I'm going to stop that for a second. login placeholder, and then I need to do. I need to reference the login HTML now directly. I gotta get rid of this here. And instead, do frame of content. So here we'll say script type JavaScript. And that. And I have that. Vault, log in. All right, I think might be close to something here. Maybe. Maybe, possibly. That back up. Uh-oh. What broke here? Login placeholder. Oh. You don't need to parse that. That's on me here. Top navigation. Yeah, you don't need to parse that. We'll just do data ID like that. Cool. Login. Boom. There we go. Now we're somewhere, although the header and the footer are on the left and the right. That's a little weird. What the hell? How did I get my modal to be sideways? What the hell happened there? Modal content, modal dialogue, header, body, footer. Like, this is what it's supposed to look like. Is it the center thing? Vertically centered. I want it vertically centered. Middle dialogue centered. How the hell did how did I make that happen? What the frig? Dialogue centered. Large.
Seems like every girl has been diagnosing. I like to use it as an excuse. Yeah, to drink it up. I'm standing right here for you, but you claim I'm never there for you. So you go to another guy you claim is your best friend. You've been nothing more than that since the day you met them. Why? Oh, why you laying on your
Strange. I guess.
leave me no choice but to say this. I choose you.
How is that happening? Is it because I'm doing modal large?
You've been staying out with other guys, yeah. I think I don't love you and I'm right. You think that you're royal, that's a lie. And you better believe that.
Little body.
Just go read that, yeah. You're never gonna get me back. So I choose you.
Hmm.
Your words making the wind bend. This love's gone in a moment. These tears, no one can stop them falling anymore. A million promises broken. My soul feels like a token of fool's gold. It paves your way away from me.
You got modal dialogue center. Oh, content. Did I miss a closing div or something? Modal content. Oh, I put it all. Duh. I put it all in the header. That's why. Whoops. That's what's going on. I'm like, wow, that was very strange. There's the footer, and then there's the body, and then the head. Okay. That explains why everything is sideways. Like, what the hell? What the hell is going on there? There we go. That's looking better. Still not quite the way I want it, but it's looking better. I can still do some styling in here just fine. And I need this close to be over here. You would think that would happen by default on these things. Like, it's happening there. We got little title. Oh. The modal title was just... It wasn't a div. Ah, that's it. Okay. That's it. So this is... this class here. That's what's going on. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Bring that up there. Whoops. Save that. Now, fresh here, log in. Hey, that's looking a little bit better. This is over here now. And I just have to bootstrapify these because they're not right now. Right, I don't think they're even form. I don't have any classes on them or anything. This would be how did I do? Where's the registration? I can close these right. Where's the registration? Yeah, form label, form control. And put the required on there too. Form label, form control. Margin bottom. Alright, so where are we at here? So we'll go. What's the name of my program going to be? I am calling it Hex because I'm really bad at naming things. It's out on GitHub right now. Under Memory Leak Death Hex. Oh, I just noticed the camera has stopped again. Let me get that working again here. Yeah, I gotta fix that. Oh boy. Yeah, let me put a link to it here. So this is. I don't have a command. You think I would have put a command in the bot to put that out there, but there's a link to it. That's the front end, and then there's other things. I have a test GUI for the email stuff, so I can test the email without actually sending email. And then the ingest is what we were talking about earlier. This is like the video ingest stuff, where I started to put together like a RTMP server, but I'm thinking of kind of changing this up a bit and trying a different tact with it. That's what I have there. And then under projects, hopefully you should be able to see projects. It should be public. But under projects is my board here. It's not completely fleshed out, but I just kind of threw a lot of just ideas up there, things I need or want to deal with. There's a lot of stuff in progress because I have to write some tests, but a lot of this stuff is implemented. Some of it's implemented. The GeoIP I haven't done yet. But the email notification framework and the CAPTCHA and stuff, I still have to work on the audio CAPTCHA. Have to figure that one out. I also have to fix the cookies so that they have the secure site attribute turned on. So yeah, I got a bunch of stuff here. Never seen it on GitHub. Yeah, this is new. Projects is a relatively new GitHub thing. Because I was going to put this out on Trello, and Trello's good. Trello actually looks a little bit nicer than GitHub. GitHub kind of just like, yeah, we'll just scroll you to the right for everything. but I figured putting everything in one spot is also nice. And they have different views too. Like this is the board view, but you can also do a roadmap view and a table that's just has your prioritized stuff in it, like all the issues and stuff. You can have them show up in the table. These I don't have actually linked to any issues yet. That might be something I do. I might go through and actually create some issues out there and have them be linked to these. But right now it's just, I'm using them for what they are. Just little cards on the card wall, sort of. But yeah, that's what I got. What I got going on. And how do you access it again? There's a little projects tab. I don't know if, hopefully this is public. But when you go to MemoryLeak.dev/hex there should be a projects tab. And you should be able to get it under there. It should be the only project. It says Hex. If not, here's the direct link. Let's see if the direct link works. Because this should be public. I'm pretty sure I've made everything public. Oh, you see it? Okay, yeah, there you go. So yeah, that's what I got thus far. And I got Circle CI wired up where it'll run my tests and stuff. I was experimenting with Jetpack, which creates a artifact based on the last commit and stuff. So yeah, see how it goes. Like I said, very early stages of just trying to get all the basics in there. Get the start of things going. I really want to get all the tests written for everything that I have so far, so I can finally get that kind of in my brain and get that all the patterns established in there. That's really where we're at. It's just at the pattern establishment phase, essentially. So I need to label. What was the other one? Form label, and then it was really cool. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, GitHub is doing a lot of stuff now. That's really interesting. Where's my? I'd help, but I'm only on Python right now. Oh yeah, no problem. It's no problem whatsoever. I'm not really at a spot where I can take contributions anyway right now, because I still have to write up all the, like, you know, please do this, please do that, here's how you set it up, you know, all that stuff. There's like nothing in the README yet or anything like that, so I have to sit down and just write all that out and be like, you know, if you want to contribute, please, you know, make sure check style runs and all this stuff, you know. That's kind of, so I'm not really at a point where I can take on like pull requests and stuff, but once I get there, I'll make sure I get everything set up, ready to go. I mean, I have I have half a mind to like have someone else do the ingest stuff, but I I really do want to learn how that works. I feel like if I told someone else to do it, I wouldn't learn how it works, and that's my rub right now. Where? Just autogen docs. Does JavaScript have it? I don't know if JavaScript has a documenting thing. Java does. Java does. You have Java docs that you can generate. Which I haven't really. I haven't been putting any Java docs in there. Comments, so it wouldn't generate anything particularly useful. That's another thing I gotta do. I should probably go back in and like document some of my stuff for that. And I don't know, I don't think JavaScript has an equivalent for that, unless there's like a latex thing or something that you can do. AI gen? Yeah, I could do that. Could do that. Who knows? I really want to use the GitHub Copilot, but they don't have a plugin for Eclipse. And I'm still not. At some point I need to switch over to IntelliJ as my IDE, but I'm resisting because I really like Eclipse, despite its flaws. Oh yeah, that froze again? Okay. Yeah, it's really struggling tonight for some reason. Wonder why that is. 720p, 60 FPS. Media format any. Flip vertically. I'll have to. There's a tool apparently you have to download from Elgato that can change the bandwidth of it or something like that. Oh, it just froze again. Damn, I just saw the light go off again. What the hell? Why is that struggling like that? Very weird. JetBrains. Yeah, JetBrains is IntelliJ. Yeah. Yeah, that's the I'm one way or the other I'm gonna end up using it because I also want to do a mobile app that works against this website. I've never done a mobile app before. But I know Android Studio is basically IntelliJ under the covers, so one way or the other I'm gonna have to deal with it. So we'll see. See when we get to that point. I do want to, like, that's one of the things that, like, once I get some of the basics here, I want to get the API together and get the OAuth stuff together for the API, and then I want to start, and then I want to do a little bit of the mobile app and get like the basic login and stuff working through the mobile app, and then just kind of keep them sort of in lockstep a little bit so there's not one thing that's too far ahead. So you'll love it. They have so many plugins. Yeah, I know. One of the guys that I work with in my day job uses IntelliJ, and he loves it. He's got all kinds of plugins and stuff working for it. And there's something about Eclipse's interface that I just like. I like the perspectives, right? Because it's a no, I don't. That's all right. I would rather pay for it, honestly, because if I'm going to do IntelliJ, like, there's a free version of IntelliJ that I can work with. But if I wanted the paid version, I would actually just pay for it because I could use that for my day job too. So, you know. I'd rather buy my own tools, because then I know what I've got and I know what version I'm at and all that stuff. I'm not relying on the company trying to keep things up to date. But I like these I like the way Eclipse kind of hides things under perspectives, because it kind of keeps everything clean. It keeps the interface relatively clean, and IntelliJ and also NetBeans, they have this thing where they just they like to line up their panels all along the side, and it makes it cluttered to me. Even Visual Studio Code is kind of cluttered to me, you know? Yeah. Yeah, but the experience of an extended trial. Well, no, there's an open source version that's free forever, right? It just doesn't have all the features, or has some kind of features that you have to pay for, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, it doesn't matter. It's I will have to go down that path at some point, so one way or the other. It's not the same. Yeah, I get that. Form control. Okay. Unlabel. Control. And this would be form control, and then login MFA. This one I want to do as the toggle. I have a toggle over here, right? Yeah, I have to put a div around it. And form check label, form check input. Form check label, form check input. What do I have here? That. Label. Check inputs. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong one. Oops, that's the wrong one. That's gonna be for remember me. Label. Check inputs, and then up here to That's
I'm sick of saying see
you
soon.
is form label and form control.
Thinking, did I chase my dreams too
All
far?
right, let's see how this
Seems like we're worlds apart.
works.
Tell me, are the stars the same from here to where you are?
There we go. That's looking spiffier. Looking much spiffier.
To see your face on my phone, I wanna be able to show you when I run out of words.
And you can't close out here. All right, you gotta go
Another way
close that, or you gotta hit the X. Boom. All right. Good. Actually, let's make sure I should still be able to log in. I didn't change the way that worked. But I also don't know if it's going to handle the errors and stuff properly. We'll find out. So user 1. Login.
lying next to you.
User 1.
Staring at the ceiling and I miss your silhouette. Lately we're together, but on our own.
My login button not wired up now.
Face on my phone. I wanna be able to show you when I run out of words.
The response was status of 404.
Another way for me to say I love you. 'Cause now we've got another 100 days to
Weird.
get through. Don't know how to tell you why. I need you, but I say goodbye. So I'll find another 100 ways to say I love you.
I don't think it's actually doing anything. Yeah, I think the button's not firing off.
Is there another way for me to say I love you? 'Cause now we got another 100 days to get
Which
through.
means it's not bringing in
Don't know how to tell you why.
the JavaScript.
I say goodbye. So I'll find another 100 ways to
Oh, because I didn't. Crap. I didn't tell ThymeLeaf to process that. That's why. Try that again.
Everybody keeps a secret.
One.
You probably won't believe it. Life is wild like fiction. At least in my
Choose execute inline script. Right, because it's an inline script.
I'll meet you at the bus stop by
Crap.
your station. Take you to an open place. I don't mind the crowd around. I just need to get some air. I'll see you at the bus stop by your station. Take you to an open place. I won't mind if they stop and stare at Madison Square.
You have to throw a nonce on there. Can I do time leave?
I'll meet you at the bus stop by your station. Take you to an open place. I don't mind the crowd around. I just need to get some air. I'll see you at the bus stop by your station. Take you to an open place. I won't mind if they stop and stare at Madison Square.
login form. Meta tags. Font header. Okay. So, because it could be malicious. Reflected access. Source. 56 hash. Yeah, I don't want that. So there's a nonce there. How do I get that to? Security policy. Oh, I see. They're adding it. They're adding a filter that they can then put it into the model or into the request. You filter request get attribute request non-slash. Got it. Got it. Okay. Now see, they did HTTP headers content security policy. They have that there. And add filter before nonce filter. Huh. Well, I'm not adding it this way, but I am adding it through its own filter, which means in the filter itself I can generate it. Yeah, it's replacing that with thing. It's just doing secure random 32 bytes and a base 64 in code. All right, so if that's the case, then I could say and do that, and then I can say policy header filter. Let's browser sync. What does that mean? Script source, nonce browser sync. What does that mean? Do I still have this open here? Content security policy. I have it on there. I'll see. News source, media source. Source, script source. Unsafe inline. I just have it this way. Use a nonce source or hash source instead. Nonce. I don't know what nonce browser source meant. Browser sync. Oh, that was when I was using the browser sync stuff. Which don't think I'm using anymore. Yeah, I don't think I'm using that anymore. I was using that at one point. But okay, so that explains what this was all about. So I need the nonce in there. I'll stay %s. And then formatted. Yeah. So, what do we do? So, right. Nonce sites. New site 32. I guess new secure random. So this random number generator. Implementing default net random. This is a seed with specific seed bytes. Oh, okay, that's the seed. Your random dot next bytes once bytes string once equals base before dot base before string once bytes. That in there. Actually, I think it's base64 URL safe string just to be on the safe side. I don't think it's going to like any spaces or anything in there. All right, so we have that, and then response that is this not going to get me what I want? How'd they do it over here? They did a what did they do? Header add it. Oh, weird. That's weird. I don't know why they're doing a wrapper there, but request set attribute. Request that's to the attribute. I guess that makes sense. This would be, where's my base running controller? Static final string notes. Yeah, that on the request, and hopefully that means we'll have access to it. As we need it. Should actually make this header here static so it does it once and doesn't do it again. It doesn't need to do it again, but right now let's just see if this will work. So go to login here. Effects. Not set network. It is set up here though, which is good. But it's not coming down to here. So I gotta get it off the west. So do I have to call? Do I have to call a method to do it? So where's my where's the lime leaf at here? So where's the selector? You should have messages. Your eyes, conversions, date, calendars, numbers. What if I for CTX or CTX context objects, context variables, context locale. Lime leaf request attribute. Templates, model, request parameters. Oh, so it's just param, $param, or hash request. Request get parameter, request get attributes. Servlet context attributes are shared between requested session. Servlet context. Maybe it's the servlet context that get attribute, maybe. Let me try that. If that comes through here. Not happy about that. Do not parse servlet context get attribute. Oh, $. Having a problem with that? Huh. Oh, Shin, hello. Welcome on in. Shin coming in with a raid with 5 viewers. Welcome, everybody. Welcome on in. I am actually kind of winding down a little bit, but I got one more bug to fix here. Hope everyone's doing well. How was your stream, Shin? Server context resource. Manually added as context variables are no longer available by default. Oh. I wonder if the param works. Does this work? Don't know. Figure streaming for 5 hours or more than enough. I hear you. I'm at 4.5 hours right now. Stream's going good. I've got some progress on here. I've almost got I've moved the login around so that it makes a little bit more sense. Unfortunately, it's not happy with these new objects. I'm not instancing a new object. I'm trying to gain access to what's there. Weird. How do I get access to that? Time leaf.
Can you see it? I wanna know how it feels. We can build it up. They'll never tear us
Nuts.
down.
I don't think that. The dynamic parameter inside the script tag.
Feel it all around. Maybe we can take this life and turn it into what we want.
Not what I'm looking for. What is
Maybe we can make this feeling into something.
insecurity?
It's beautiful.
It matters. Security policy.
In your eyes, I see the shape of things to come. Our hearts are willing, now it's our time to move. The sun is shining, let's see what we
Security.
can do.
Where's the thing at here? Hey, this regenerates. Justifying format. That's not showing me what I want. Where is the... It does like a percent param there, but that's apparently not a thing. Hmm.
and a whole lot of love. Maybe we can take this life and turn it
Finally,
into
spring.
maybe we can make this feeling into something
Final attributes. Mapped attributes.
I see it clearly in your eyes.
Using resolvers.
I see the shape of things to come. I see the shape
Request
of
data integration with request data value processor. This interface allows interception of link URLs, form URLs, and form field values for a written to markup result. This data value processor can be easily configured in application context. Okay. Process URL. Process action. Implement it. Yeah. Webflow. Notes. Nope. Not gonna tell me anything.
Need nobody's help 'cause I'm alright. I just wanna be somebody in my life. But the race is peaceful, so I don't know how to put up a fight. Against my struggles, but I'm putting up all my might. Against my problems, but I don't let mine go out of my sight. But still, sometimes I waver, but I promise I'll keep up. I keep moving, this ain't over until goodbye.
Doesn't look like there's an easy. I'd have to just probably pull it out in the controller and put it into the model. Yeah, that's probably what I have to do. Which is not ideal because this is something we're going to need on a lot of things. And it'd be great if it would just freaking work. I mean, I guess if I was doing the content security policy header in Spring Security, it might be working better. I mean, this comes back to like adding common model attributes and stuff. I wonder though. There's an attribute in this request. Attributes are reset between requests. Okay.
I don't know this feeling in my head. Wish it was happiness instead. But like
Yeah, I guess for now I'll just have to. First of all, let's do this one thing. Go private static final string policy.
Everything is mediocre. Is it in my head? You really think it's cool, but you're looking like a fool. I hate before it's
I'll just
even
grab this.
Is it in my head? I wish that I could see it through. Wish I finished what I do. Even when I'm blue, it's mediocre too.
Although I already see a problem.
Even when I'm blue, feel like I do it wrong, like I could be farther gone. Even when I'm blue, it's mediocre too.
So I can do that, and then do.
Don't know this feeling in my head.
Yeah, I guess that I could do that,
Happiness instead.
which doesn't necessarily help any. I guess it can. I guess it's fine.
It's telling me that I am nothing good but what is new. That
Yeah, I guess technically that's fine. Still gonna do the formatting every time, but it has to do the formatting every time. It needs to populate that thing in there. All right, so if I get that, I want to go to login controller, and I want to say,
I wish that I could see it through. Wish I finished even when I'm it's media
model add attribute.
even when I'm feel like I do it wrong like I could
Nice, and I want to say
even when I'm
request that get attribute
mediocre too like the sadness knows I'm new
that.
feel like I do it wrong like I could
And see if that works that way. I mean, it's ugly, and I'll have to see if there's a way that I can like just have things in the model by default. I mean, I could do a aspect J thing for all controller methods where it would automatically insert that, but there might also be something like some model processing thing that I can do.
sometimes I think about myself I wish I was
Make that work. But let's just see to make it not be something you have to remember to do, because it should just be available to everything that needs it. And the answer might be just do it in Spring Security, dummy, and let it handle it. So did that over here. Refresh this. Do login. If that didn't make it there. It's still up in the header. Didn't make it in here. That is what was said to, right? Yeah, no, it's right. So that's just not getting set.
but I just think I'm missing a voice and skills I must confess I'm speaking in English but I
Where's my header filter here?
like to speak better I to better find rhyme to my letter on time like a watchmaker you can lie you can try but you'd like to leave this feeling we got to breathe to dig to leave the life
I'm
we are
putting it on
it could go
the
wrong
request.
but I'm just a nest. You must be lonely, but you could be crazy if you keep looking down.
Putting it on the request. Why am I not receiving it though? what am I? So if I let's see, oh, is this freaking camera froze again? Move attributes, set attribute. Attributes are reset between requests. This method is most often used in conjunction with request dispatcher. Dispatch from a servlet resides a different web application. That's for request filter. Yes. I did request that get session for servlet context. Finds an object to give an attribute name in the servlet context. Does it replace the attribute? What if I do that? What if I put it in the servlet context? If not, I can put it in the session, which isn't a big deal because they'll just keep getting overwritten. Alright, so we have that, so I gotta restart this. Restart that project clean. Compile all the things. Please and thank you. And clean deploy. And then clean the work directory and then run. I probably have to change the way I do on the other side, but let's just see. I'm wondering if this will add it into the model automatically by putting it into the servlet context. I don't think it will, but I want to test it.
And forgot that it made me a lover, a fighter. I hope you could save me. I felt this way lately. I know this is crazy. Addiction, I'm wishing I did something.
Not on here now. Why is that?
I'm out of my mind. Daily, I'm out of my grind. Hoping that I find some time to stay with you. I could take you to where I'd make you into something.
That's weird. That's not the page I wanted the source for. Refuse to execute inline script. It's not putting it on there, which is very weird. What about my login controller? Request. If I did request that, get sort of what contexts, get attributes, do that, and see if I can set that on the model. Because maybe that will persist better than just request attribute. Don't know for sure here. I mean, beyond that, obviously I can punt, just throw it in the session because I know that will always be available. It's not like I'm not putting other things in there. I'm just curious if any of these attributes ever make it through the filters. All right, so inspect. Well, it's back, but it's not set. Interesting. All right, so we just throw it onto the session. So no biggie. Request. Get session. Attributes. And then over here, request that session. That attributes. And that should be good now. Yeah, because there's only ever going to be one per header, so everything that's on the page has to have the same nonce to work. So did I do a clean build here? Don't think I did. That's good and clean. All right, start. Let's see how it goes. Right, goes back up and refresh here. Log in. Let's see if that came through. Wow, that's really annoying. Why is that not coming through now? Why doesn't that... I don't understand why that's not seeing this at all. Put that on the session. Yeah, I'm stumped on that because should be putting that into the session. Plus, I'm doing the. I don't think I'm doing the syntax wrong. I think it's just not making it through here. Let's see what our breakpoint says here when we hit it. I'm gonna get rid of this breakpoint. So request session get attribute. Okay, it brought it back. And that should be putting it on the model attribute. Called nuns. Right, so model. Scan UOI. W WICEUB, which is different than the one I just put on there. Wait, that's really annoying. That is really annoying. So that doesn't really work the way I need it to. Well, that's unfortunate. So I can't get the login button to work until I get that to work. But script to be able to come in. And it thinks it's an inline script because it's not up in the header. The other stuff. I don't want it. I'd like to not enable unsafe inline on the CSP header because that's would help out with a lot of different things, especially when we're going to have user generated content. Basically, even if a user managed to get the script onto a page, it wouldn't. The browser would refuse to run it. Unless it had the correct nonce on it or it had the correct SHA. I guess I could calculate the SHA of it. But that's a real pain in the butt. Cause that will, excuse me, because that will change every time that script changes. That could be a real pain in the butt. Or I just get it to work in Spring Security.
You know that I didn't mean to hurt you, darling. I wasn't ready. We both weren't. But look at you, your
I think is what we're gonna have to do. I'm probably gonna have to get the work in Spring Security. With adding that header. Because presumably, although I don't know if the Spring Security handle handle this. Onto Spring Security. Well, as you specify the policy as string, but not build it dynamically. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. So they have a filter. And they're doing that response wrapper. Why? Response wrapper. I don't know why that header. I don't know why they're doing it that way.
I'm only human, you know that. Quit looking at me like I'm something else. You're feeling different, we both are.
Last.
I've been feeling things I've never felt. Just give me
They're setting the attribute on the request. And they're replacing the header with this, which you don't need to do if you just format your header properly. Why is that even? Add filter before. Oh, I see what they're doing. They're doing that because they want the. They want to set the. They want to set the header via string, which has just a string, and then they have this come in and replace the thing with the correct value.
Cynical, absolutely apathetic, unbelievable. This could never happen.
I don't know why that.
Unthinkable, unimaginable for me. A lifetime spent wishing on stars, praying.
Secure application.
Pleading for the one thing we all want.
Web
Maybe
Security. Yeah. Figure. Forged. Hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get to the bottom of this. How I can get that over there. Something. Like the value I'm setting is obviously not correct. What they're looking for. And it looks like it's an attribute that's being purposely hidden by the web tools. But I can tell from the policy that it's not allowing it to run. That and the fact that the login button just won't work there. Yeah, it's not just not doing anything. Should be at the very least failing. I haven't put anything in. Not even trying to submit the form. Because the form would just say you haven't filled out your required fields yet. And it's not even doing that. So it doesn't see the it's not letting me run the JavaScript there.
Maybe someday we'll give peace a try. And maybe
I wonder though.
politicians won't tell us lies. Maybe someday we'll build
I don't know why it's saying jQuery min JS to.
Maybe someday we'll fall in love.
Like it's flagging. For some reason, it's flagging jQuery instead of.
So afraid of change, so afraid to stay. Who am I now if I am different?
That's interesting. I wonder why it's.
No one got holds on you. Terrified to let dreams come true.
I wonder why it's blocking that and.
Of all my demons. 'Cause you've been patiently waiting for me. And you hate to see me crying with uncertainty, insecurity. I'm swimming in. You knew me best all this time. Stood back and let me realize my.
Does it actually load the JS file though?
So afraid of what is next. Finding answers to questions and
Come on. Come on. This
pieces of them
up here.
head on. Wondering if I'm really ready
There you go.
to make this leap and
Run that.
steady. No way of knowing without trying. 'Cause patiently waiting for me. And you hate to see me crying with uncertainty, insecurity. I'm swimming in. You knew me
I think for some reason
stood back and let me
just execute inline script.
realize my dream. I'm so scared that I'm running in circles, but feel unprepared to step over the line. You showed me I've done this before, and you've never let me fall.
I think that's bubbling up because I'm setting the HTML on there. Yes, I think it is just, it's not. Yeah, I can't figure that one out right now. Because everything says that should be working, and yet it's clearly not. I can't tell if it's actually. I should be printing on the screen. I guess I can tell by forcing it to write in a div here. Or do H1.
Stood back and let me realize my dream.
Do that, and then take that off there now, I think. There it is over there. Yeah, the one that's printing out on the page is different than the one in the header that I'm seeing. So somehow I'm getting a... Yeah, I'm getting a... stale... I'm getting a stale value on it. I think. Or I'm either getting a stale value on it or I'm getting the correct value on it, but it doesn't match the nonce for this particular page here, because this page hasn't refreshed. Not sure how that would work. I mean, it seems like that should work, even though I'm doing an Ajax thing. That's weird. I'll have to to figure something out there because I'm pretty much using a filter that they're using. But it's like either have a stale value, so I'm bringing a page in from a different page. Or something else is up. I mean, since I have the CSRF on the page, I could just put a meta tag with that on the page and just pull that in, I guess, but no, I still need it like printed on the page though. I'm not gonna be able to set that programmatically because I need script to be able to run to set it programmatically. Okay. Well, I'll have to mull on that one for a little bit, friends. It's getting late, and I don't think my brain can take much more right now for tonight. So let's close out of that. Not going to commit anything right now because I'm so close to something working here. I think I'm just going to kind of let it lie. I'll dig into it a little bit off camera. But I will be back Sunday afternoon, friends, instead of Saturday, for some more coding. And we'll do our day stream as we generally do. So that'll be on Sunday rather than Saturday. And that is that for now, my friends. Not going to try to go rate anybody or anything like that, I don't think, because I'll take a look here, but my brain is not working right now. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anybody on anyway, so that's fine. I need to rest up and get just to recover here. So that is it for me for tonight, my friends. Oh, that freaking camera. I'll throw this freaking camera out the damn window here. I swear it's making me want to throw it out the window. But that's Elgato for you, I guess. Anyway, yeah, that'll do it for me, my friends. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching and hanging out and keeping me company and helping out and all those things. And thank you to all the new followers, and thank you to Shin for the raid there. I appreciate all of it, my friends. And like I said, I'll be back Sunday for some more coding. But until then, thank you so much, everyone, for watching. I hope everyone has an excellent morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on what it is for you, and hope to see you back here again in the future for some more stuff, whatever happens to suit your fancy. Until then, see you, bye.
Same old story. Boy finds girl, boy loses girl, girl finds boy. Boy forgets girl, boy remembers girl. And girl dies in a tragic blimp accident over the Orange Bowl on New Year's Day.
Good year.
No, the worst.